Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Echo Chamber. Well, definitely my computer, but speakers off. Maybe I should go there and help anyone. Speakers off. Yeah. All right, we're going to start again. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our regular council meeting of Monday, October 7th, 2024. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:01. And normally I go into my, I dare call it almost routine land acknowledgement, but I think today I want to start it a little differently because I think we've all discovered that the seasons are changing. I don't know about you, but a couple of weeks ago I made the shocking discovery I was waking up when it was dark, temperatures were in single digits, and it was rain was threatening, and I'm thinking it must be, fall must be coming. And then, as a couple of councillors and folks here have already commented, construction season seems to kick into a higher gear this time of year. I don't know about you, but I noticed that not only are there more, single lane or temporary blockages on the roads, but I swear that there's more contractors with barges on the water than in the summer, though I know they're out there in the summer, but now with far fewer pleasure craft, it becomes far more dominant. But I also wanted to note that a week ago was Truth and Reconciliation Day, and that I trust that all of you acknowledged it and paused because of it in your own way or with whoever you were with. Here at the township, we acknowledged Truth and Reconciliation Day on the Friday beforehand, as our office was closed on that day, and raised the flag and wore orange. And interestingly, in my personal experience, we had to do online training for become a member of the OPP detachment boards that will soon be sitting, and they gave us a number of courses on all sorts of versions of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that kind of stuff. And the last section, the largest section, was on Indigenous knowledge and training, and especially with emphasis on justice and law enforcement, because this was from the OPP. And I completed that training online on Truth and Reconciliation Day, and I thought that was quite appropriate. And it's a very, I think, unfortunately, we need to be reminded of how I'm just going to understate and say how blemished, how unfortunate much of our history is in our relationship with the Indigenous peoples. And I'm glad that we are learning more about that now and starting to work towards the truth. As many have observed, you got to know the truth before you can actually work on the reconciliation. And that, with that preamble, I'm actually going to read the normal land acknowledgement at this point, which goes, in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who've taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? Seeing everyone's heads shaking, I'll take that as a no. And our first item on our agenda is the final report from StrategyCorp in the persons of Luke Adams and Chris Loreto with regards to our revenue optimization and fees review. Mr. Adams, I see you online. I'm going to turn the screen and room over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I believe Chris should be perfect. He's now here as well. So I'm going to pull up my screen here for everyone. Just let me know when folks can see that. Looks good. Awesome, Chris. I'll pass it over to you if you just want to kick things off, and then I can take folks through this presentation.
Yeah, that's great. And I apologize. My computer is running a little slow this morning, but it's great to see everybody. And it's great to be back in front of council to share with you and present the final report of the revenue optimization and fees review. As council will recall, if we can go to the next slide, we were with you, I think, a few short weeks ago to walk you through our interim report, which was based on our analysis of internal and external data, looking at benchmark municipalities, of course, engaging with the community as well. And we brought that interim report and kind of gave a preview to coming attractions to this final report as a way of getting council's input at that stage. Subsequent to that, we've taken the opportunity to go deep in a few areas, conducting activity-based costing analysis for a select set of fees, which Luke will take you through. And we've stratified our recommendations in terms of things that are more immediate in terms of opportunities and opportunities that are more long-term in terms of updating fees and or capturing new revenue opportunities to strike a better balance between, the end users of certain services and what is funded through the property tax base. So we're going to present the final report here. We have it's a fairly detailed report, which I'm sure everybody enjoyed reviewing over the weekend. But I will do a quick distillation and summary of the main recommendations, and then we're eager to answer any questions that members of council may have. So Luke, I'll turn it over to you to just focus on the process and then to take them through the core recommendations.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I appreciate being back here. I think it was August 12th, the last time we spoke about the interim report. So I'm happy to bring the final back to everyone here. So just as a sort of a highlight, as Chris mentioned, on the objectives and the approach for this project. So we were engaged by the township in the spring of this year to conduct a revenue optimization and fees review. Again, to look at how to optimize revenue generation, improve cost recovery, and align the fees with strategic objectives. So some of the key objectives of this report, again, just to sort of situate the context again, we were completing a 360 analysis of the township's fees and charges through background research, internal and external consultation to really understand the current state, expectations, and areas for improvement. As Chris mentioned, we also had a comparator benchmarking analysis where we looked at some relevant area municipalities and then also utilize some of the information that our team has on our end from some similar projects in the that we've done in this space to kind of help situate the township's fees and ensure that it remains competitive with the market. And the last piece of that was to identify and present opportunities to ensure the fees are characterized by efficiency, effectiveness, defensibility, and alignment with cost recovery targets. In terms of the approach, there was a couple of key project approach methodologies we used. Again, an internal data document review. So we sort of dug into the budget data, really tried to get an understanding of the township's current operating context and financial landscape, engagement with the community. We talked about some of the key findings in the interim report, but we did have interviews, focus groups, and a resident survey. And then finally, external research, again, looking at what exists in municipalities across Ontario, what some of the neighbors are charging, what are some potential opportunities there that we can identify. In terms of the inputs and excuse me, in terms of the inputs and the outputs of the final report, in terms of the inputs, we did utilize the findings from that interim findings report, which I mentioned we presented to council here on August 12th. We did take the feedback from council that we heard that day and tried to make sure that we could reflect that into the final report. And we also had a validation exercise with the township's project team as well, where we went through it with the project team members and collected their feedback as well to help guide us in that sort of phase 3 activity-based costing and more detailed research. In terms of phase 3 as well, we did, as Chris mentioned, conducted an activity-based costing exercise. We didn't do it on every single fee and charge in Georgian Bay's fees bylaw. We did do it on a selection of priority fees, which were determined in conjunction with the township's project team. And those were those that were, we wanted to aim for sort of the high impact, high volume type fees, the ones that are going to make the biggest difference to the township's bottom line. In terms of the outputs of this final report, I'll get to some of the more, some of the more detailed recommendations on the next slide. But just to say that we did parse up the recommendations into sort of 2 buckets. The first was the more immediate specific fee changes that could be implemented through the 2025 budget process. And then also a set of 7 longer-term opportunities to drive greater revenue generation. A few of which we did talk about briefly in the interim report, but have sort of flushed out a bit more, and then added a couple more based on both council and project team feedback. And of course, our own internal work as well. So at a high level, if implemented through the 2025 budget, the first bucket of recommendations that I mentioned, those specific fee adjustments could result in a potential revenue increase of $289,000. That is based on similar fee volumes in recent years. So obviously we do, take those numbers with a bit of a grain of salt, but it is a good sort of benchmark to show where these recommendations could lead for the next budget process. So I'll move into the next slide. So there's a lot of text here. I won't cover absolutely everything on this page, I promise, but just to kind of say that, again, we did break up the recommendations into sort of 2 broad buckets. The specific fee adjustments you can see on this left-hand side. So we did have a few recommendations in 9 service areas. I believe the 2 service areas that we did not have recommendations were the administration and sustainability. Those fee schedules are quite small, comparatively speaking. And so these were the areas that we really focused in on. You can see $289,000 was the potential revenue increase. A lot of that's coming from the planning and the building side. Those were 2 of the areas as well that we really focused on that activity-based costing, given both the Planning Act and the Building Code Act's language on recovering, anticipated costs to process those types of fees. So that area, as well as clerks as well, was a big area that we really focused in on. Clerks with respect to shore road and road allowances and a few other areas as well. So all told, again, about $289,000. That's based on fee volumes in recent years. In the actual full report, we do list each of these tables in their entirety, where we talk about the current fee, sort of the summary of what the recommendation is, what the relevant benchmarking rate was from the first interim report, and then if activity-based costing was applied, what those values would be as well. So you can sort of see how our recommended fee adjustments would line up with those two numbers. And then finally, just talking about the longer term opportunities here. So again, a couple of these we discussed on the interim report. The 2 that I wanted to bring focus to for council was the implementation of the municipal accommodation tax, and also the improving the cost recovery ratio. Those were, I would say, that the 2 sort of biggest net new items from the interim report. I know there was an interest in sort of our perspective on a potential implementation of a MAT tax in Georgian Bay. So we did include a number of considerations there. We did engage some of our internal resources as well, some experience in this area. And I think some of our key takeaways from that was, a MAT could be certainly a good way for the township to collect new revenue that's not coming from ratepayers. But there is a number of considerations as well. in terms of sort of the design of that type of program, how it could be made to be easy for compliance. I imagine, you know, in a place like Georgian Bay, you're going to have a lot of smaller temporary accommodation owners. So about, you know, how to kind of design that in a way that really maximizes compliance and also eases the administrative role for the township as well in collecting all that. And then on the cost recovery ratio as well. Again, I highlighted at the start, we didn't conduct activity-based costing on all the fees and charges. So that is an area that the township could look into in the future to sort of round off that list. And also on the planning side as well. We did include a number of wordings. The planning activity-based costing figures were in some cases much higher than what the comparator rates would be. And so we had proposed recommendations that would sort of balance out both the need for a higher cost recovery ratio for that department, with also the realities as well that some of the neighboring municipalities are not charging significantly higher rates. So we have put some wording in there that sort of justified what our recommendations are in that space as well. So that's a lot of talking on my part. As Chris said, we are super happy to answer any questions that councillors might have. Understand this was a fairly significant report in terms of size, but yeah, happy to sort of throw it over to the Georgian Bay team to see any feedback.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate all the information that you have provided. You say it was quite an extensive report and lots of data. And I'm just going to turn it over to council and see if any councillors have any anything to discuss. And before I do that, I'm going to mention that even though it's not normal in when we have a deputation, we have a draft motion that basically says that we recommend that their final report be considered as part of the 2025 budget deliberations. In other words, that we want this report to be turned over to staff to see whether parts of it should be incorporated or could be incorporated into the 2025 budget. With that, I'm going to go over to Councillor Petco, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Thank you for the report. It's got lots of interesting details and things for us to chew on for a bit. The one area that I just wanted to zero in on for a moment is the Parks and Recreation and Facilities section. The $28,000 in total, it's broken down in your main report into many different areas. But many of the sections where you have recommended changes to rates, the estimated revenue gain loss is all NA, and I know there's different reasons for those different sections, but could you just walk through exactly why you, if you're recommending that this change in our rate, I think the NA generally indicates that the usage data wasn't available for you to analyze. But do you think there's any quantitative differences that you think would be made by these rate changes?
Thanks for that question, Councillor. I think my answer to that would be, unfortunately, for some of these parks and recreation fees, we didn't have the volume data that was provided to us to be able to account for the revenue increase or decrease. That being said, I know from looking at several of the other areas that we did have data. For example, the rental rates per hour were where we saw more of the recommended increases. Some of the decrease rates were more on the day rates, which didn't seem to be as prevalent in some of the facilities. So if you kind of extrapolate that to the areas where we didn't have data, I would expect to see something similar to that. But it is a fair comment. Unfortunately, we just didn't have the data to be able to quantify what those revenue impacts would look like for some of those other recreation fees. Okay,
and then just as a follow-up, some of these activities, staff, I think through different levels of authority, have the ability to waive the fees for some groups that are in different circumstances. Has that been factored into any of your analysis at all?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Councillor. We did have a longer term recommendation that talked about the a foregone revenue in terms of the waiving fees. We do understand that it's particularly heavy for the recreation space. We did ask during the interim report if the figures for the foregone revenue were available, but they weren't. I understand they were not available to be shared. So we didn't have the total amount of fee waiver in terms of the foregone revenue to account for that. Accounting for that in the budget process was one of the recommendations that we did make. So unfortunately, I don't really have too much more information on that piece to share with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, gentlemen, good report. It was eye-opening to see some of the areas that we overcharge, and thanks for identifying those areas as well. A couple of questions, if I may. First and foremost, I didn't see within the report an area that compared our mill rate to other municipalities. Did you guys endeavor to review that to determine whether or not we are we charge a higher mill rate versus other comparator municipalities, or not?
So in terms of the tax rate that is charged taxpayers, no, that wasn't part of the scope of this exercise, Councillor. We were just looking at non-tax revenue, fee revenues that are charged to end users.
Fair enough, and I appreciate that. You identified $289,075 worth of, I guess, findings, if you want to call them that, or additional revenue that could be realized. Do you happen to know what percentage that number pertains to non-resident visitors versus those that otherwise would be extracted from residents? So what percentage of that amount would come by way of non-residents?
We wouldn't have that figure, Councillor. I know we did add something in the front end of the report that showed sort of the recommendations based on ratepayers only and ratepayers versus visitors, but we just wouldn't have the data to be able to, definitively say how much of these fee volumes would be for visitors or not.
Fair enough. If I may for a moment, based on my analysis, I'm going to use slides 19 and 20 as a reference point to the recommendations you've made. And in that, I've counted on the right-hand side where it says ratepayers and visitors, roughly 6 of 25 that could potentially be applied to non-residents. And in using that, then I likely would suggest or assume that it's 24% of the total cost that you've identified as potential additional revenue for or coming from visitors, which would essentially equate to $69,000 from non-residents, where the rest of the burden would be held on visitors. And gentlemen, the reason why I'm asking this question is because I'm trying to understand whether or not we have a higher mill rate in which we front load services as part of that additional mill rate, versus whether we should look at a reduction of our mill rate and then start to charge for services independently. And that's the question that I'm trying to understand here is are we charging more by way of mill rate in order to provide the services that we do to our constituents? And would we be effectively double dipping if we endeavored to put into practice your recommendations here today while maintaining a higher mill rate? Thank you.
It's a good question, and so we weren't scoped to really look at how we weren't. I guess we were indirectly scoped. So there is always a trade-off, and we don't know for sure, Councillor, how much is being put on the tax base versus what should be recouped from fees charged to end users. What we would counsel to go back to is that that fee pyramid, where based on what the public policy case is for the level of subsidization, that you use that as the frame for making budgetary decisions as to what, from council's perspective, based on support from staff, should be recovered through fees as opposed to what should be, put on the property tax base. If you are moving more towards, recoveries through fees as opposed to putting that on the property tax base, you should over time either see a reduction in pressure on that property tax base or perhaps even be able to see some modest reduction to what it is that you charge through the property tax base versus fees. I think the real a couple things I would say, I think, Luke, is fair to say on this is in order to really understand that, there is an opportunity to be a little bit more disciplined in terms of the data that you collect, including who is using what and whether they're from the community or not from the community. And then, understanding the trade-off between, what it is that you want to set as your recovery targets based on the grouping of programs against that pyramid and what you and then what you think you'd want to recover or subsidize or help fund through the property tax base. And so having a kind of a more disciplined approach to that, both in terms of the data and then the kind of the public policy rationale that council set and giving direction to staff on, will, I think, get you to a point, councillor, where you do have a lot more transparency and ability to kind of toggle between what it is you want to fund through the tax base versus what you want to recover from fees. It's a long-winded answer, but it's to say I think there's a maturity to how you approach this that will come in time, that just involves I think a little bit more time and attention to the data and to making discrete public policy decisions as to what is going to be funded by users and what's going to be funded by the tax base.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Certainly a lot of material in there. I have a few thrusts that I would like to ask questions on. And the first one is your opinion. In the planning related area, you've articulated that our costs to deliver services are way more than even any comparator or our current charges. What insights can you give us on that?
Well, I think it'd be fair to say, Luke, we had the benefit of doing an activity-based costing and then contrasting that to whether or not your fees are sufficient to recover what the cost is to deliver the service. We don't know what the true costs are of your comparators to actually deliver that services. All we know is what they are charging. So I think that's an important distinction. And then Luke, the other, and in my answer to the councillor, the other thing is we believe there is an opportunity to look at your processes and to figure out how you might be able to lean those out, and what you might be able to do in terms of adoption of technology to try to streamline some of the costs associated with delivering that service. Luke, is there anything you'd want to add to that?
No, I agree with that 100%. I think, it's an important distinction to make. We don't know what the costs are of the comparator municipalities. We only know what they're charging. So they could be in a similar type of cost structure and having to subsidize it, like Georgian Bay. I will add, I know in some of the other work we've done, when you compare some of the planning fees in Georgian Bay compared to some of what you might see in sort of the GTA municipalities, they are still very low by comparison purposes. But part of our recommendations was to look at where we would set those, or where we would recommend those fees be set relative to your nearby municipalities, which predominantly have fairly low fees for a lot of planning instruments. So that was where we tried to strike that balance between achieving a higher cost recovery level based on the activity-based costing we did, but also reflecting that we don't want the Georgian Bay fees to be significantly out of whack with what the neighbors are charging as well.
Okay, thank you. Further, sort of on a tangent of that, I'm going to pick on building permits for a second. And the reason I am is because I don't see anywhere in here of mention of a zoning certificate. And are you aware of our requirement in our township for a zoning certificate?
I don't recall that being an area that we had discussed with the project team to look into.
So the requirement in our township is you have to get a zoning certificate before you can go apply for a building permit. And my understanding from our building department is that we have a surplus of funds in the building department because their costs don't equate to the revenues they generate. Isn't that right, Kaylee?
Ms. Nicholson.
Through Mayor. The cost for the zoning certificate was actually a cost that was associated when you used to have to apply for the permit when we did do the review for the zoning. That money was always provided to the planning department when they did it. Obviously, there was a point in time we had to pay somebody else to do it. But currently, that money that we charge for that does go to planning.
I understand that, but the actual building permits, forget about the planning side of things. On the building side of things, aren't we running a surplus of funds? You talk about having some surplus fund that there you can't spend it or whatever.
We do have a reserve that can only be spent on building department. We don't run, I could almost let our treasurer answer or director of finance, but we don't always aim to run, increased fees. It happened quite a bit during COVID, not so much anymore, but the point of that reserve is to cover costs when we run short.
Okay, all I was trying to get at is the report didn't talk about zoning certificates. That's I think an important factor, which drives up, call it the pre-process costs of a building permit. And the building permit itself may be the same.
No. The cost that was charged when it was all included one process, we've taken that out of building permit fees and applied it to zoning certificates. So the cost is no different to process a building permit fee.
You're giving money away to the planning department?
We are.
Oh, no. Okay, thank you. Next point that I wanted to talk about briefly here is you talk about recreation. You have ideas about recreation and potentially burdening the township with recreational staff. But I think the characteristics of our township are that the communities really look after recreation. And I'm not sure that we want to be, as a township, inserting ourselves into that process. In addition to that, we have several camping organizations that offer summer programs, various associations do. So I'm not sure we want to be focused much on the recreational side of things. So that's just a personal comment. A couple other things here, show road allowances and occupancy permits. I would hope that if we are going to consider significant increases as your numbers here look like almost a 50% increase in show road allowance costs, I would hope that we as a council choose to identify every single landowner that has a potential show road allowance purchase and tell them that the rates are going to go up by 50% because we've increased them 50% year over year over the last several years. And we're at a point now, I think, where we need to be fully transparent with our residents because all of these things are being driven out of affordability. A question, if I could, about trailer park fees, and I forget the page that you had it on, but I think the observation was that we're charging kind of in a similar ballpark to what other, right? So we're more than the comparator, but I think council specifically asked for costs for trailer parks and marina liveaboard boats, etc., transient boats, to cover the costs of the township for all of the services that we provide. And I'm wondering, did that get lost in the project? Because we have fire and emergency services, police, and other things that waste, for example, all of which cost every resident of the township huge amounts of money. But $20 per trailer park site doesn't seem to even come close. It's almost laughable. So what research did you do on that front, and how can we go about getting to a point where everybody who chooses to park something in our township and use it over an extended time period feels obligated and is obligated to help cover the cost of those services.
I'll say on the, I know on the trailer park fees, we didn't collect data on the costs that are borne on the township for those facilities. We did look at some of the comparator municipalities. I'll be honest though, the trailer park license to fees and the fees per site, it's not a super common fee. There is a couple of examples nearby, and there's a couple of examples in other sort of cottage areas that we did look at, and especially the trailer park license was significantly below. So we did make that recommendation, and also talked about considering future changes to the per site fee to better recover the service delivery cost borne on the township for those sites. But we don't have the data to sort of pinpoint what exactly those costs would look like. Now on the marina side, we did talk in one of the longer term recommendations about, I know that staff have explored a potential surcharge on marinas, which is basically to get at that same question, but for transient boaters. So we have included a little bit of information on that piece.
But that's something that's going to require, I think, in our view, a little bit more time to have a deliberate program design on that and being able to capture the data and then to capture the revenue from transient boaters versus those who are residents of the township. Yeah, Councillor.
First of all, I think that's an area that we need to dig into. In the world of user pay and fare, I would say that these are currently not pay and not fair. And we had a study done by one of our senior residents in our community back in the late 90s who came up with a number of $1,100 per trailer is what it costs the township to deliver the services that we're delivering. And of course, that's not being recovered. And I would suggest that numbers in that magnitude are probably reasonable. And I think that that's something that we need to be focused on. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And my hand kept going down. I don't know why. I guess it's just the previous councillor was a little long-winded. But anyway, I think I'll put my hand down again. So anyway, just briefly, a sort of a comment more than anything else. I'm sure that you've responded to, in this report, to a mandate. And so, but it has been pointed out that there's sort of no comparators here. And I'm not seeing that. And I guess really what I wanted to say is, my comment is this, that this is like a sales and marketing plan for a business. Basically, here's how you can increase your revenues, and here's how you can market or get it out there. And that's lovely. But we haven't looked at the cost side very carefully, and particularly from a competitive perspective, we haven't looked at what is going on, or don't have a very good picture of what's going on in other municipalities. At least that's not what I'm seeing or hearing. So I think I really just wanted to comment to our council that we have more work to do. I think if you just put in a bunch of fees and haven't got all the background information elsewhere, we only have half the story. And so that's my comment. We have half the story at the moment, and we need to analyze the efficiencies, the fees. Are they justifiable? Are they competitive? Do we have areas where we're inefficient? I mean, I've heard where there's certain departments that are costing our township a huge amount of money. So how does that play out, and why is it like that? So I think we need to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay. All in all, I read the report and I thought it was a fairly good report. There was some concerns that I had. I've made a list of them and I'm going to address it with our staff. But one thing I would like to get from you, if you have the answer, is similar to Council Hazelton's question. In our township, if we had 2 marinas and the 2 marinas had 100 slips in them, and one was 100 liveaboard boats and one was 100 runabout boats that the cottagers use to get back and forth to their properties. Is there a difference in their property tax currently? In other words, 2 identical sized marinas, one is fully liveaboard that costs a lot to service, and one that is just runabouts for cottages, which costs nothing to service because their property taxes take care of that. And was there any look or any thought towards that? That would be the only thing I have for you, and the rest I can address with our staff.
Well, it's a great question through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Bocek. I think that's why we said this requires a little bit more time to design a program that makes sure that you are recovering the costs from folks who aren't resident and are using it for recreational purposes versus those who are using it to kind of get back and forth from their properties. In our view, it's gonna take not just a good program design and the cost to it, but what staff resources and or technology are you going to use to make sure that you are differentiated between the users and then being able to capture the appropriate fee in order to recover those costs. So that's just going to take a little bit more time. We can't tell you with any certainty that you can charge X dollars and this is how you capture the data and ensure that you are recovering and mitigating any leakage that may come from those who are trying to kind of get around having to pay for the usage of that infrastructure.
Thank you. Great answer. The real point of my question was currently, is there a difference in the taxes? Because I don't think we're going to be able to collect from boaters or trailer owners, but the actual marinas, if the one marina had 100 liveaboard boats and their taxes were 100,000, but the one that had 100 slips of runaround boats, their taxes were only 15,000, then the marina that had the liveaboard boats would divvy up the costs of their taxes amongst their boaters. So there wouldn't be an individual tax on the boaters. It would be the marina be assessed and their taxes would be higher. So just food for thought as we move forward on this, but that was the only real thing that stood out in your report to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, just some points of clarification. A couple of councillors have mentioned what I perceive as a lack of comparable municipal ideas in your benchmarking, and I see that in your project approach you did have external research. Is there a way of listing the other municipalities that you use for comparables on this?
Luke, they're all set out in the report, are they not?
Yes, and I'll just mention too, just for clarity purposes, we did have in the interim report the detailed benchmarking analysis. We didn't include it in this report just because I think it's about 70 or so slides. But we did have it where we laid out every single one of Georgian Bay's fees and charges and mapped them against our set of 5 comparable municipalities.
Okay. That makes sense to me. I appreciate that. My only other question, which is unrelated, goes to the again, I think it's part of our discussion ongoing here anyway, but the fee structure for recreational facilities is going to be a difficult one for us, because I know that in the example of McTier Arena, just getting people to use the arena has been a big push for us, and I think raising any kind of fee structure there is going to be problematic, in that we're trying to encourage people to use it, not discourage people from using it, as well as some of the other facilities we have as part of our municipality. So there's got to be some careful thought given to that. I think the numbers you provided will provide a good basis for discussion, but I think it's got to be considered, the consideration has got to be that we want to make sure people are using these facilities, because Otherwise, nobody's paying for anything, and we're covering a cost for something that's not being used. Thank you.
Yeah, your worship, if I may, just to build on the councillor's comment, right? Like the challenge for every municipality is how do you drive utilization, particularly in kind of non-prime time, in case of rinks, right? Non-prime time slots, and there is a balance that you'll have to strike between leaving it to community groups to hopefully design programs that will help you with that utilization versus having some internal capacity to try to push that, right? Either to create programs yourself and or to work with community groups to develop programs that will get those kind of off-peak hours utilized, because that's where all the leakage happens, for lack of a better term, and that's ultimately what comes back. And you can't recoup all your costs through the prime time, or peak period users. That's just not fair, right? And not sustainable. So it is something every municipality struggles with. I think it's one of the reasons why we say longer term you need to look at more sophisticated online booking, whether or not you can have something that results in some dynamic element where if I decide being the father of 5 boys, if I decide, wouldn't it be nice to pick up an hour of ice, because they're off school or whatever, a little bit early, and can I book it like on the spot and pay some sort of rate? And it may not be the full rate you charge, but because the clock is ticking, you're getting some level of fee recovery and utilization out of that ice time. Those types of things over time, I think, can help with utilization and helping cost recovery through end users versus having to put that entirely on the property tax base to sustain.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to echo, as many councillors said, thank you very much for this report. There's lots of information to digest. And of course, like anything, any report, when it gives you a bunch of information, you're also wondering about the information it doesn't give you and how that may change or add to the whole thing. But I have a couple of general comments. I mean, one is one of the challenges every municipality faces, including ours, is to what degree do we use the tax base to offer services to I'll say the community as a whole, versus to what degree do we charge services that are very particular to a family or a small group of families or something. And you have that pyramid or something where it makes reference to that, and I think that's part of what we have to consider. And I look at the planning department, and we know that we have a planning department that serves people who make applications all the time, and they make their analysis and recommendations, and obviously that is serving that particular applicant because they want to build something or make some change to their property. But it's also serving the community in that, what we're doing an official plan review and things like that. Those we can't charge a fee to a few individuals. We can't say, well, the next 100 people apply for a planning permit, they're going to pay for the whole official payment. So we know that in planning we won't get 100% recovery through fees. But I did appreciate your reference to activity-based costing and some of these things and your comparisons. One thing that, and I've made this point before, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to make it again. What I like about the building department is their fees are based on the scale of building that they are reviewing. So that modest shed in the back has a whole different fee than that massive home out front. And our planning department doesn't seem to do that. And I really wish there was a way that we could get planning fees that were scaled to the amount of work that is required of our planning department, I'll call it more aggressively than we do now. Sure, if you want a variance, your rate's a little bit lower than if you want the zoning bylaw amendment. But some of the fees we collect aren't anywhere near what is required for the amount of work, and I really wish we look at that. I also think it's very interesting, our discussion about our, I'm going to call it semi-permanent visitors. And I would include, for instance, the various yacht owners in our community. It'd be very curious to know how many yachters there are, because they don't show up in our stats. and I'm going to invent a couple of numbers here just as an example. Perhaps there are 300 yachts that have, permanent moorings in our area. I mean, what I mean by that is they rent a slip for the year, and they may wander out onto some of our waters some weekends or what have you, but they're here. And so that might be 1,000 people. Well, those are 1,000 residents of our township that just happen to have a floating cottage versus one fixed on land. And it'd be curious to know what that number is. I mean, if there's 1,000 residents and we have 20,000 residents as our ballpark figure of our total residents, that's 5%. And I would imagine they use our roads 5% of the time, so to speak. I mean, again, these are all rough figures, but are they paying for that? So I think that's something that we have to look at a little more carefully, and I hope at some point on the road we do try to collect some stats like that. How many yacht slips are there in our township? Just like how many trailers or park model trailers, whatever you want to call them, are set up on the number of trailer parks we have, because those people aren't being captured in our stats, our population, the great majority of them aren't permanent residents. But it'd be nice to know who they are, and if they're members of the community, they should take at least a share, I think, in our costs. We could go on at length further and further on this, but I think in the short run, what we should do is say thank you very much for the report. There's a lot of information to digest here. I did appreciate that you gave us estimated numbers, and it's interesting of the potential revenue increase of 289,000, that if I look at planning and building and put the two of them together, that's roughly 2/3 of the whole thing. So that, I don't know how much effort we're going to go and chasing $1,275, but because I hate to spend $2,000 trying to get $1,000 in. But I think in planning and building, we can look at, and I've emphasized planning. That's where we could get a significant change potentially in the future. But in the short time, I'm going to recommend that I read a motion and that we pass it, and then, but also before I do that, I'm going to say to Mr. Adams and Mr. Loreto, thank you very much for your report and all your work. And Councillor Graziano, you had a follow-up?
I do, thank you. And in advance of the motion being read, I just wanted to state that I think at this point in time, it's too premature to push back to staff and have them incorporated in this budget season. So from my perspective, and for the record, I'm against charging residents any more money at this point in time. And I think we should deep dive more thoroughly on the policies that are recommended here before we endeavor to instruct staff to consider it as part of our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other input?
I'd like a registered vote if we can. Thanks.
Certainly. The motion is moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that the recommendations from StrategyCorp's final report dated October 7th, 2024 be considered as part of the 2025 budget deliberations. Madam Clerk.
Let the record show a recorded vote was requested by Councillor Graziano. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Let the record show the motion carries 6-1.
All right. Again, gentlemen, thank you very much for the report and all your work. And I'm sure if we have any further questions about it, staff know how to reach you.
Thank you for the opportunity, Your Worship, to work with you and council and the staff team. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. And obviously, the normal motion I have would be that we adopt the consent agenda. And so I'm going to ask if there's any items that anyone wishes to pull or question. And Councillor Graziano, I see your hand.
6F, thank you, Your Worship.
All right. Any other at this point? Councillor Graziano, 6F.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions to our planning staff and one for our Director of Operations. To planning, where do we stand with the environmental fast track? I know that it came through planning committee way back, and wanted to see if we've dusted that off and where we are with it.
Through the mayor to Councillor Graziano. So staff's intent, because of the intersection between the fast track approach and planning policy, it's staff's intent to include that as part of the official plan review, so that the official plan contains the necessary policies to allow to incentivize developments that have green elements. To be clear, in staff's review of different models that are out there and our own analysis of what our ability is, from staff standpoint, our indication is that it's less going to be a process that puts certain applications higher up on the pile, if you will, because of green elements, but rather creating a policy framework that incentivizes people to include green elements in their development applications. The more an application conforms to policy, the more likely it is to successfully navigate its way through the planning policy framework toward approval.
Appreciate that. A couple more, if I may, two more specifically. 6 Mile Lake GFA, where do we stand with that? Thank you.
Yep. So specifically on that project, through the mayor council, may recall planning staff through planner 2, Mr. Kratke, did report back to council with respect to some of the data challenges we've encountered in terms of compiling the necessary statistics to create appropriate zoning for the different communities on 6 Mile Lake, because we are seeing that there are different communities in terms of their built form. A lot of that data exists in terms of GFA, etc., but that is proprietary data through MPAC. There's a fee for service to use that data. It's not inexpensive. So staff are looking at alternative options. The agreements between MPAC and municipalities, including this municipality, again, are quite restrictive and make utilizing that data an expensive task. At the same time, however, MPAC has different agreements with consultants in terms of data usage. There are firms out there who have already paid for the usage of that data in a more robust way. So we're exploring options to perhaps utilize the services of a consultant as a potential option to undertake a study. And that may come out to be a cheaper approach than the township trying to pay the fee for service approach that MPAC has locked us into.
Thank you. It seems that we have a bird chirping in the background, and I'm not sure where that's coming from. I suspect it's my cell phone, but I'll confirm that after. One last question with respect to the SMLRA. There was the reimbursement discussion we had last month. Just curious to know when you'll be coming back to council with the update on that.
Through the mayor, yeah. So there's a report on planning council's agenda for tomorrow.
Okay, great. I haven't reviewed it until tonight, so thank you for that. With regards to our director of operations, if I can ask Brad, specifically to the dog park, I saw that the dog park is up. That's great, but I didn't see, and perhaps I didn't see it as I was driving by, any fencing around the playground. Is that also being done at the same time? Has that been concluded? I may have flown by and just not seen the actual fencing around it. Thank you.
Through the mayor, the fencing around the playground is up. It's black instead of silver, so it does blend in quite a bit more.
Probably hence why I didn't see it. Thank you very much for confirming. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
All right. I have moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of October 7, 2024 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, and we have no open forum, I understand, and that means it's now communication from mayor and council. And this month, because I'm not feeling creative, I'm just going to do the opposite of last month, and that is start at Councilor Bocek, just go through everybody and end up with Councilor Cooper. So Councilor Bocek, you are our leader.
Don't want the big echo. Hello, there we are. I'm going to keep this short. It was a busy month, but I was away for 2 weeks on vacation. So the importance of my meetings, number one would be in MacTier. We've been working with the folks in MacTier about the ambulatory service, which is being removed from the MacTier area and being changed with the new 10-year fire master plan. There's some confusion on how the service will roll out, and there's future meetings planned with the folks of MacTier to try and better understand what the future holds for them. Secondly, solid waste is a main issue up at the district. Their solutions to our problems don't seem to match very well. Their solutions for our island residents, very poor. And we haven't got to a point yet where I'm satisfied with the inland, the curbside, and the bin site collection. So all of my efforts have been put towards those two items in the last month, and unfortunately I had to leave some of the things for this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Similar to Councilor Bocek, the guy on my right. It's the last month has been taken up with talking to residents and discussing concerns with the master plan for emergency services in MacTier. And that has been a number of calls and discussions through the month. There is a community meeting on the 10th of October where some local residents of MacTier and area are getting together to talk about their concerns with the plans and at the MacTier Arena. And on the 17th of October, there's going to be more of an open house meeting with residents as well as officials from the District of Muskoka at the MacTier Arena again. And I believe information about that meeting has been posted on our social media, and the meeting on the 10th may be available on our events calendar, community events calendar on the website. So this discussion will continue through October and into November, and we'll see where we get with bringing the different points of view together on a solution. Thank you.
Chief Van Dam, I'm sorry I missed you before I acknowledge Councillor Predko. You a response?
Yes, Your Worship. I just wanted to, Councillor Bocek mentioned the master fire plan, and I don't want that to confuse residents. I want to make sure that it's, there are two different plans. One is the paramedic plan and the other is the fire, and it's the paramedic plan that is up for discussion at this point, and because we're still in the process of the master fire plan.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Councillor Jarvis.
Short period of time between council meetings this time around. So committee of adjustment basically, and then the pleasure of being a judge once again for the Honeybee Festival, and then participating in the Honeybee Festival. Very sweet setup, and yeah, I don't think I didn't injure anybody with honey this time around, which is always good. But everything went well. I thought it was a well organized and well attended event, the festival itself, and the weather was very cooperative, which was nice to see. And also participated in the cruise, the gala cruise that evening, which went exceedingly well as well. So that was a great idea. So those were all great events. I'm happy I was able to participate, and it was nice to see so many people out on a fine day. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to echo Councillor Jarvis with respect to the Honeybee Festival cruise and event. It was a fantastic event, and thank you, Councillor Jarvis, for being one of the judges on it. I severely paid quite a bit of amount for the award-winning honey this year. I also attended the Brissett House heat pump launch. It was a great event, supporting the Brissett House and giving them some well-needed heat for the upcoming winter. This month, I also attended the Muskoka House Task Force along with our mayor and staff. I met with Bonnie Crombie, the provincial Liberal leader, prior to Honeybee Festival. That was a fruitful meeting and discussion as well. I attended the two special council meetings, one specific to floating homes, and I attended 35,000 feet in the air. It was kind of spotty, so I was in and out, but tried to pick up most of what I could. And then lastly, I also attended the Sunny Lee development meeting prior to it coming to council. So it was a busy month, but rewarding nonetheless. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I too was out of the country, but perhaps more importantly, off the continent, and that is an interesting challenge when it comes to communication. When you have no voice or text, it's tough to get a hold of you, but that's not impossible. I do want to report, though, that everybody loves a good news story, and I have a resident who a couple of years ago started calling me on a regular basis, helping me understand the horrors of short-term rentals by some neighbors. And he called me last week to tell me that he was absolutely delighted with the effect of the short-term rental policy and with the staff at the township in their interactions with him. And he has reported that his neighbor's property, which was a short-term rental nightmare, has now become a lovely place of quiet enjoyment. And so we have done a very good thing as a township in implementing this short-term rental policy, specifically on this situation. I too have great concerns on the waste topic. I have been quietly championing conversations with marina operators and with waste haulage companies, trying to get a better understanding of what the issues are and the topics are. I learned something last week that I thought, for me anyways, was totally new, and that is that the Blue Box program, the recycling program, is going 100% away from the District of Muskoka to another company, and they will be doing everything. And so 100% of any costs that we might have incurred as a township for recycling completely disappears as of November 15th. And hard to believe that that information was as kind of unfindable as it was. Hopefully everybody else is aware of that. And maybe I missed the boat, but this is a new program as of November 19th. And apparently there's a lot of money in recycling, and it's going to somebody else. And the good news is we're not going to have to pay for it. But what it means from a marina or any other potential place where there might have been a bin, it's still unknown as to whether that new organization will be picking up recycling at bins or elsewhere. They're certainly not, they're not environmentally unfriendly because they're recycling. But anyways, a complete new element in this overall waste thing, because it's not waste, it's recycling. And more for us to learn, but the game keeps changing dynamically as we're trying to figure out and pin it down. So there's my learnings for the year, for the month. Thank you.
Oh, I thought we were finished learning for the rest of the year, but hope not. Councillor Cooper, please.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's been as expected this time of year, a busy time, lots of meetings. I won't go through the list of them. It's a long one, but I think it's incumbent on me to maybe comment about what are the sort of challenges that I've uncovered or I'm seeing continuing, I guess is more to the point, with our relationship with the district. There's a variety of different issues. The key, two key areas that I'll list number two, and then number one. Number two, I think, is the condition of the 12 Mile Bay Road is a big problem. And that needs to be, it's being partially dealt with, but we're not there yet, as I understand it anyway. And we have a lot more work to do in that regard with the district to make sure that Georgian Bay is actually not just throwing money over to Muskoka, but actually there's something coming back. ROI, call it, or ROT, return on our taxes. Solid waste, I'm not gonna, I mean, it's very nice that the district has found a way to reduce our costs, but they're going to spend any savings. And you need to understand that. And I guess my point is that the solid waste issue is a real challenge. And it is I see it as a potentially very, very large problem, particularly for one of our largest resident groups, which is the water access community in our township. And I don't think we've landed, well, I don't think we've been able to get all the information we need still. We've seen some efforts made, which is a big improvement after having asked for this information for 9, 10 plus years. But unfortunately, what we were offered was not very helpful and detailed, or at least as it could be. And so I think it's something we are going to be particularly challenged to solve. There are some indications that there's ways that we can have a made in Georgian Bay solution. I think we have to do that because we're not really seeing a solution from the district that in any of the scenarios that works particularly well. So that's my comment and what I've been working on very diligently, talking to members of our community about the solid waste issue and as I said, road, 12 Mile Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start at the very bottom of my list and work backwards, just simply in part in response to the last two councillors' comments on solid waste. And that is on Friday, CO Mariotti and myself met with a couple of members of the MECP, and one of their big topics was solid waste. And we did not hear what we wanted to hear, which means we continue with our efforts because they are not recognizing that Regulation 351 or around marinas should apply to all marina customers, not just those who are not residents of our township. And I could go into a long-winded thing on that, but I won't, but simply say that we got more work to do because the province doesn't recognize the additional challenges of water access only residents, and certainly don't realize that there are at least a couple of municipalities in their province that have majority water access only residents. So we'll keep working on that. Councillor Hazelton made reference to a company called Circular Materials, and this is a consequence, even though I don't think you named it, this is a consequence of the province telling recycling is supposed to be producer responsibility, and the producer has created the Circular Materials that's supposed to collect recycling. Part of the challenge with that is they're being allowed to set their own rules. And what I mean by that is if they will decide whether or not they put a recycling bin at a marina or in near or anywhere. So it could easily be, because they don't care about water access only residents, that we'll have no opportunity to put our recycling anywhere near a marina, that we'll have to drive it somewhere, or we'll end up putting it in the garbage because that's the only place we can take it. And if that's a consequence, it will have significant cost on us as taxpayers in the district, because it could easily be because of this, sorry, I'm about to rant here, but because of this poor design of the system, that we may end up as residents producing more garbage, not less, producing less recycling, not more, if the producers decide they're going to be restrictive in how they collect it. Anyway, that transition begins in November. There's a year of sort of transition. So there, I'm sorry, Councillor Hazel, but not all the costs are going away like that. But in theory, 14 months from now or 13 months from now, they should be gone, but we don't know what service we're going to end up getting from circular materials in our area. But, you know, we can try to be optimistic on that count. Back to my list. Had the pleasure back in August of meeting with our MPP, Graydon Smith, at Segbay. He dropped in for an hour, and there was about 10 folks there with various questions and with him, and it was a good conversation, which quite enjoyed. Following day, the Honey Harbor Association had their annual dock tales in which they try to raise money for the to redo their docks, and it was quite a successful event. Quite enjoyed meeting everyone. And on the 21st, I had the pleasure of attending the Gibson Lake Cottagers AGM. And it was a first for me. Some people I met for the first time, and it was a very, very pleasant group, and I learned a lot more about Gibson Lake. And I guess I can say I appreciate that a couple of councillors were on vacation so that I got the invitation, or so that worked out well for me. Councillor Jarvis already mentioned the honey tasting. I don't think he mentioned, I found this year it to be the most difficult honey tasting we ever did, not because of the way it was organized or structured, but because the difference between the best and the worst honeys was minimal. And they were all, you know, very close to being equal in quality, and it was quite impressive that way, and challenging. I then followed that up with a visit to Moose Deer Point, meeting with Chief Rhonda Williams-Lovett. I always enjoy meeting with her. Solid waste was one of our topics, by the way, when we were meeting. And then I went to the Biosphere for their AGM. I was supposed to go up to Parry Sound, but at the last minute they made it Zoom only because of illness with some of the members of the board and staff that they didn't want to spread. So unfortunately, it was not in person. The 26th of August, I was enjoyed spending time with some of the staff here, doing some Indigenous training, which was interrupted by the going over to the Brissette House to a photo taken to celebrate the heat pump that they had installed, and I was quite impressed with the crowd of people that were there. It was a large gathering. It was great, and the plans that they have for connecting their property, or our property, if you will, to the gas station next door. And then, as Councilor Graziano already mentioned, attended the Muskoka Housing Task Force 2.0, and I found that a very informative meeting and very interesting, the work that they're doing. 27th, we raised the Truth and Reconciliation flag here, and I met with the developer of Port Severn Heights. Still waiting for things to actually happen and get, as they say, shovels in the ground, or in that case, shovels into the granite. But it'd be really nice to see that get moving. Of course, there was the Honeybee Festival, and it was a great success in my opinion. Lots of people, lots of happy people, even though a few still had their complaints for the mayor, but that's fine. That's part of the deal. But I have to thank all the volunteers and everyone who, including some staff members who were just going nutsoid with all the work they were doing for it, not on our clock, on their clock. For instance, the clerk sitting beside me. And so I appreciate what all the volunteers have did. It was a great day, in my opinion. Lots of good activities and lots of happy people. Yeah, last week got to see the rate-supported budget from district that includes a solid waste segment, and that's the first round. It was a committee review, and then it's going to go to council review later on. Also on the 3rd, was in MacTier with Jeff Lehman, our district chair, meeting with a couple of MacTier residents and discussing the paramedic services and the changes and some of their ideas and some of their concerns. Actually, mostly their concerns. So it was a good meeting. I appreciated the time that everyone gave to that. I feel more informed, and as Councillor Pretko said, that those discussions are continuing. A number of events, as well as, of course, outside of that. And then on to Moose Deer Point for the Muskokan Area Indigenous Leadership Table. Again, it was great to get together with the leadership in the area to discuss things, including housing and the naming of roads and facilities and other matters like that. And I think you've heard more than enough from me. And Councillor Cooper, you have a question or comment?
I left one thing off my presentation, if I may just
please
briefly, just state that one of the activities that I was involved with, this isn't going to a meeting, but it has to do with this sort of what came out in a recent council meeting where we had information presented about our township that in some cases was a bit off the mark, to say the least. And so I just wanted to let council know that I've worked on a document. It's about a page and a half, 2-pager that I've shared with our CAO to sort of work at creating a document that we can give out to any consultant, any lawyer that we hire, any firm that does any kind of study for us, so they know who and what we are. And at the moment, that description isn't as clear as it could be. So I've put together a 2-pager. As I said, I've asked the CAO to look at it, but I think it also be incumbent upon council in due course to look at it and make some suggestions and edit it and so forth, because it'd be very much appreciated. I think we want to, however, be very brief if we possibly can, not make it a 20-page document, but rather just make sure we hit the high points and that we don't miss describing who and what we are, because how can somebody deliver services if they don't understand who they're and what they're working with? So I just thought I'd mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, a question with your report and with Councillor Hazelton's report about the recycling. Yourself and myself and Councillor Cooper all went up to Rosewarren, and we did a tour of the recycling facility that cost amazing amounts of dollars to put together. And in that facility is where we sorted everything and sold it. And being the district councillor, I was unaware that we were losing that and giving it to a sub company. So I would certainly like a report from district sent down to our council so that we could fully understand this transition, because I feel embarrassed being a district councillor and I was never aware of this. Perhaps it was deep in some reading that I never got to, but it should have been presented to us.
The transition of recycling from municipalities to producers is something that the province initiated half a dozen or more years ago, a long time ago, and it's been slowly working through. And almost every municipality has been in active discussion, negotiation with the circular materials, the producers organization, and the provinces. So it's a moving target.
Mm-hmm. My hopes were that the logistics of the whole thing. I mean, if this circular is going to come in and use our facility, do we lease them that facility to carry out their business or what? So the details of the report would be important so we could figure out exactly what is happening here.
Well, we're going. Yeah, I mean, I think I know that the district has reported on the discussions, but the trouble is because they haven't landed, or at least not to my knowledge. I'm not aware of a district. I mean, that's something for Commissioner Steele over district.
Yeah, perhaps it happened at the EPW committee, and I just didn't follow it. Thank you,
Councillor Hazelton.
If I may, I was exchanging emails and phone calls with Jade Steele late last week, and he brought to my attention that this circular materials company, whatever the right name is, circular something, is taking it over. Everything will be going to a different destination. Nothing will be going to the district. When I called circular materials themselves, they only thought of roadside blue bins. And I said, well, did you know that we have bins at marinas all around our township? No. Could you look into that and get back to me? And of course, crickets on that front. But I think what's really important here is there's so much going on. We're not being told. There are reports written from the district that James has shared with me that give me great insight into it. I just assume that everybody else might have them as well. But of course, not likely. But the point is, just like 2 years ago when we learned that we had an integrated blue box plan where everything goes into one blue box, nobody told us. And all the marina bins were all separately labeled and continue to be separately labeled. Now, one thing I will tell you about this circular materials thing is I went on their website and I got a really comprehensive list of what can go in and what cannot go in a blue box. And I thought, wow, that's real good clarity. I immediately printed it off and shared it with my entire family at the cottage. But the point is, we've never been able to get that kind of clarity from the district. So I think we may be heading in a good direction with this new change, but we need to get on the same page. All of us needs to be able to share with each other what is going on. And thank God you've called another meeting for the 18th, and we can discuss it then. And the district is going to apparently make a decision on the 22nd or the 20th or something on what scenarios they're going to go with. So our time is running out on our ability to provide influence to the district. But anyways, enough of that for now. Thanks.
Our time never runs out on us being able to provide information and requests to the district, even though they get certain budget deadlines. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And of course, garbage is always a contentious issue, but I'm frankly speaking, I'm a little perplexed in that the district is losing the costs associated with processing the recyclables. So thereby they're going to receive or realize a substantial revenue upside, given that that they're no longer required to process this recyclable material. Second to that, the service levels to our municipality are decreasing objectively. I mean, if we look at this and we see what they're proposing in criteria 1, 2, or 3, no matter how you look at it, our service levels are going to decrease. We're losing bins, we're losing facilities. We're gonna see a major inconvenience to our the way that we have come to learn how to do waste. And then lastly, the cost to our municipality seems to be either at par or increasing based on which options we choose and how we wish to for the future do garbage. So from my perspective, I mean, this is just a poor business relationship that we're in with our district partners. They seem to get all the upside while we get we absorb all the costs and all the downside with it. And as such, I hope in advance of our discussion, our special council meeting, that we strongly consider instructing staff to start looking at the costs associated with third parties doing it for us rather than the district, because I think it's time that we strongly consider this. It seems like it's the only logical option from this point forward. Thank you.
All right. I don't want to drift too far into this because we're going to have a special meeting in a couple of weeks' time. I do think, though, it's worth noting that whatever options we consider, MECP is through their Environmental Protection Act and other legislation, have the power to say yay or nay, or that you can't do this or you can do that. So it's unfortunately not as straightforward as we would like to think it will be, and so I just wanted to make that comment. But yeah, we'll be discussing this, our options and our strategy. Councillor Cooper, I'd like to end this fairly quickly because we're drifting.
We are drifting. As we better put our sail up. But I just thought I'd say that yes, there are two really key points that the public needs to know. One is that we were given a document from the district with 3 options. Mm-hmm. When I queried that document, I was told by Commissioner Steele that I said, where did you get input to get these scenarios 1, 2, and 3? And he didn't. His staff made a recommendation. That's what we got. That's what we get. So we need to understand There was no consultation, or if there was, it wasn't with
Okay, let's
council.
not, we have provided some information. It's not as up to the standard we may have liked, but we did provide some information. And they gave us 3 options as a starting point. None of those options are cast in stone. We're going to discuss this further on the 18th. So I think let's not go into, we've been doing a lot of criticism at district. It may or may not be entirely fair, but I also think we have to discuss on the 18th our strategies going forward. I think it's very important for us to note that as much as the province and the district love roadside pickup, I refuse to call it curbside because we have so few curbs in this township. Curbside pickup is only enjoyed by roughly 30% of our population. Over 50% will never have roadside pickup because they have no roads. And the other 20% have narrow private lanes that at this point aren't being serviced and may or may never be serviced. So we have a unique situation that most does not share with the majority of municipalities in the province, let alone the district, and we have to consider our options.
Mr. Mayor, though, I think in response to that, I would point out, aside from the district issue and information, it's important to understand the Municipal Act, which says the district's job is to dispose of waste. Municipalities can manage collection.
But it has to match MECP rules, and that's the biggest challenge.
If we say to our marinas, you are going to do it independently, it has nothing to do with MOECP.
Well, yes, it does.
Well,
sorry, they have regulations that they can shut the marina down.
But they're not.
We don't want that.
They're not doing it.
No. Anyway, for that. Let's go over to our CAO for his comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Good morning, Council. I don't really have much more to add than what is in my report. Thanks, just to keep things moving along.
All right. With that, let's go to our staff reports. And the first one is, how often and when will we be meeting next year, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. There is a proposed schedule attached to the staff report that outlines each month. Again, we're proposing, I'm going to call it no meeting January, despite the fact that there is a MAC meeting at the end of the month, but no regular council, planning council, COW, or committee of adjustment meetings. The timing of the holidays causes impacts on how we can get these agendas done efficiently and getting staff reports done as well. It gives staff time to catch up on other projects throughout the year. And as this is kind of our slowest season, a lot of municipalities again take breaks over the summer, but for us, obviously that doesn't make sense. So we're proposing that again. Obviously, if something does come up, we're happy to schedule a special council meeting as needed. The only other major change was, instead of meeting on the second Monday of the month, I'm proposing we meet on the first Monday of the month, unless there's a holiday, which I think is only in August and September. Then it would be the second Monday of the month, and then that would be our council week. This past year, we kind of made some flips the other way and moved things up a week, and it made more sense to make less changes, and so there was more of a consistent schedule, and this won't impact any of the other district council schedules or other meetings. So that's the proposed meeting schedule.
Thank you. Council, any comments? Councillor Hazelton, please.
Yeah, I understand that there is some elements of desire to take a break in January, but the feeling I got is last year we ended up with a lull of no action, and there are too many things that we're trying to get dealt with here, and I'm not sure that this waste thing is going to be fully baked anyways. So I would be in favor of continuing with our previous year's multi-term year practices of having a January meeting. It could be later in the month, perhaps the third week in the month, and then almost back to back February. But I think that there's too many things that we as council need to be addressing to be off that long a time period.
Thank you. Last January, we called what, one or two special council meetings because matters came up that could not wait until February. And certainly I could imagine that happening again this year. Councilor Predko.
Yes, actually, excuse me. I would like to support Councillor Hazelton's suggestion of putting something in the calendar for January, as much as I would like to not be here in the middle of the winter. Is it possible that we had something placed in, and if there were no matters that needed to be discussed, we could cancel the meeting? I know it's more difficult to cancel a scheduled meeting than to add one with notice, but is that an option? I think we could probably still not have a committee of adjustment meeting, but I think the council meeting and potentially planning council would be valuable.
Madam Clerk, did you have a comment on that?
I do. If we were to schedule something, I would suggest the second full week. So Monday, January 13th. The following week is Roma and also District Council week. So that's a bit of it's kind of already occupied. Yeah. I would be in favor of tentatively scheduling a council meeting. Are we looking at just like 2 full days of council, like council, planning council, and COW, or just a council meeting and not having committee of adjustment as well? Like, is there?
Councillor Predko?
Could we, assuming that we might have light agendas, put planning council and committee of the whole on the same day on the Monday, and just have one day?
Councillor Bochek?
I like our clerk's idea. I'd like January to me is a very slow month, and usually we waste our time and don't accomplish anything. So my time is better spent than sitting here doing nothing.
Councillor Jarvis?
Yeah, I'm of the same mind of Councillor Hazelton and Predko in that, and my concern is if we don't have a day set aside in January, we could have a heavy burden of meetings set up for February, March. And if this is some business we can't deal with quickly in January, I think we should probably deal with it. And I'd be in favor of setting a date aside. And if there's nothing there, then fine, we can cancel it. But I'd rather have something, a placeholder in there.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
I think I'll add some color to the commentary. I echo Councillor Bochek, albeit maybe not wasting fully our time. I think that it'd be far easier for our clerk and mayor to call an emergency meeting or a special meeting if required. But I just don't see the amount of volume, and plus it gives staff the opportunity to take a break in December and come back refreshed in February. My thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I'm sort of a ditto on the last comments. I would suggest that, January is likely going to be fairly quiet, but I do believe we're going to have issues and we may need a special meeting. It's probably, if we don't, I'd be really surprised. So let's do that. It's a way of dealing with it. Customize it to the needs that we have as opposed to just going through the motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's interesting to note that obviously if we're going to the first week of the month, as most months for our meetings, makes no sense to do it the first week of January because the agenda will be almost empty. And given that Roma is the 20th and 21st, I believe, are the dates of Roma, they don't make sense. Personally, I'm more inclined to call a special meeting when it's required. I mean, we could put a hold on the 13th, but I'm not sure that's necessarily the right thing to do because then everybody's been back 1 week basically. But will we call a special meeting on the 13th because something can't wait? I can't rule that possibility out, but I think it makes sense to leave it up to staff and the mayor to say, okay, I think we better get together before February 3rd, because we do have a meeting scheduled for February 3rd, which is really only 4 weeks of office time before, after the people have enjoyed their Christmas break or holidays or whatever. So I have moved by Councillor Bocek, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council approves the 2025 meeting calendar as, oh, did you have a comment before I do that? Oh, sorry. As presented. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And John Deere tractor snow plow, and our snow plower has disappeared.
I'm back.
Oh, how did you do that?
Seo Mariotti kicked me out of the room because I was sick.
Oh.
So, and probably correctly so.
So you want to spend $4,000 on a snow blade? Tell us why, please.
I would love to. It is more than we expected, but we have a small John Deere tractor that we use for clearing the sidewalks in Port Severn and Honey Harbor. It has a snow blower on it, but the snow blower isn't as powerful as we would like at times, and it ends up operating as a plow because it just won't push the material through it, especially when the material is wet or icy, or the snow is wet or icy. As a result of that, not only do we not necessarily clear the sidewalks very well, but we've also been damaging the blower. So as a result, without going and buying a whole new piece of equipment, we are recommending that we purchase a blade for the unit, so that we have that available when we need it, and we can reduce the damage to our blower. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. Just curious to know, Brad, specifically where will this be located? Will it be predominantly servicing MacTier, or Honey Harbor, or both? Because I'm not sure we have any paved sidewalks that would require it other than those two areas.
We have sidewalks in, MacTier is serviced using a trackless unit. It's a larger purpose-built unit. Honey Harbor in downtown Honey Harbor, as well as Port Severn, down along Port Severn Road towards the locks. Those are the sidewalks that are cleared, and it'll be used for Honey Harbor and Port Severn.
Thank you. And just on another note, as a general practice going forward, I'd like to, when we are requesting spend, do a registered vote. So I'm going to request a registered vote. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, to Brad. Brad, just a little bit of insight into this piece of equipment. Is it, can we back drag with this, which I think is going to be important? Do you have a back blading piece on this plow?
Through the Mayor, while we don't have a back blading piece on this plow, you're talking for operations other than winter, Councillor Bocek?
Yeah,
can I just clarify that?
Combination, but knowing that you have the hydraulic lift on the arms, then you could automatically backblade. So sorry for my redundant. Thank you.
Any other? All right. It's moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council authorize staff to purchase a plow blade for the sidewalk tractor in the amount of $4,155.13 plus HST, and that the purchase be funded from the Operations Equipment Reserve Fund.
Let the record show Councillor Graziano requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Coutier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 7-0.
Thank you. And we're on to new business. Councillor Predko, South Gibson Depot winter hours.
Sorry, my microphone was off. We're just asking for a staff change at the district for these hours based on survey results from the residents of Gibson Lake and 6 Mile Lake to make the depot more accessible during the winter months to people who are there full-time residents during the week.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, as Councillor Predko alluded to, the associations, along with myself and Councillor Predko, endeavored to engage the community to determine what was best. The concern that I have, and there's been a lot of questions that I've received from constituents, is that the District of Muskoka still has old signage up, which states that the depot will be closed over the winter. I suspect that this is not the case. Rather, it's still the old signage that was there from the previous year that they never endeavored to take down and correct. But with that said, we may want to endeavor to confirm that as well. But second to that, I personally, based on what we've discussed and what the working group was able to understand, is that it gives is kind of a balance of the best of both worlds. It gives weekend traffic the ability to throw their waste in the facility, while at the same time giving residents that are not there on the weekends, or alternatively anyone commuting into work, the opportunity to do so while still staying within the amount of hours that were budgeted by the District of Muskoka. So we hope that council will agree and endeavor to recommend this to district. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, really quickly, and I'm in favor of this. I think it's nice to see that we can respond to what constituents need. It seems the district has no clue as to what residents want. I guess there's no surprise there. Just a quick question. Item 2 in the resolution.
Sure, that was fair to district.
Item 2 in the resolution is not clear to me. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean, and I just want to make sure the wording's correct.
All I'm asking for is that if there's a problem for the district to be able to offer Tuesday as a collection date, that Wednesday be used as an
the option. Okay, so we might want to change the wording slightly on that just to make it more clear.
I'm going to add "if" in front of Tuesday, and replace the.
How about if
Tuesday's
not feasible,
then Wednesday be used.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that was one of my questions. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if this is something that could not be done through the EPW committee, which Councillor Cooper is a member of, and I'm just wondering if it could be brought up as a new business item at the committee level.
Well, I would like to actually respond to that with a question that maybe one of our staff here could answer. When Councillor Predko was speaking, I think with his mic off, he mentioned that this is a staff decision. If it's a staff decision, then council doesn't have to be involved. And so I'm questioning why we have a motion here, whereas if this motion had been presented to district staff, wouldn't it be up to district staff to say yay or nay? And then if you didn't like the response, perhaps it would require council direction. I'm wondering why this actually is in front of council. C.O. Mariotti, would you have? You used to be in this specific line of business.
Used to deal with blue boxes too, but that's another story. Yeah, I think based on our conversations that we've had in the past with district staff, I think they're more than amenable to altering times and days. So just a quick email. I can send them a quick email asking them if they can adjust dates and times, and then we can go from there.
I have no trouble reading the motion and taking a vote if council so desires, but I'm not sure it's necessary. Councillor Predko.
In our discussions with the commissioner, I believe he was looking for a council recommendation to staff, so that there wasn't multiple recommendations coming to staff for different days and different times through the year.
All right. Moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that council directs staff to correspond with District Municipality of Muskoka's Department of Engineering and Public Works to request a change to the winter hours of operations for the South Gibson Lake Road Waste Depot, and the following information be provided. 1. The current weekday hours of operation is Mondays from 8 a.m. to 12 noon to be changed. The current weekday hours of operations of Monday noon to be changed to Tuesday from 7 a.m. to 12 noon. 2. If Tuesday is not feasible, then Wednesday be used as the midweek operational day. And 3. The signage at the depot to be changed for November 1st, 2024, and the website will be to be changed as soon as practical to inform residents of this change. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Do you have bylaws for our? We don't have any bylaws. Okay, so we have a closed session, and if I understand it correctly, Clerk Way, that we should convene closed at 12:30 because you have some homework to hand out at that point, and we have a 1 o'clock meeting. Guest, is that correct?
Correct. Given the current time, we could suggest 12, and then that gives time for reading and maybe the other items.
Okay.
Like do the legal thought listing first, and then have our guests have one.
All right. So we're going to read the motion to go into closed. We're going to reconvene at 12 o'clock in closed, and handle a number of items in closed, and then have our final item in closed involves a guest who will be available at 1 o'clock if they can't be arranged any sooner. So, with that, moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Predko, where Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgia Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following Section 239(2). Council closed minutes of September 9th, 2024. Special Council closed minutes of September 17th, 2024. Temporary zoning bylaw amendment application Z22-12 OBD Developments Inc. and legal files listing. Now be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Georgia Bay moves into closed session of council at 10:53 a.m. Oh, do you want to hear this? Okay, at 12. All those in favor? And that is carried. So Okay. Okay. All right. I've got a series of motions to go through, and the first one is, and for everybody's information who's watching, all 7 councillors are sitting at their tables, even if you don't see them. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 1:03 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Bochek, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council adopts the September 9, 2024 Council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Bochek, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts the September 17, 2024 Special Council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Bochek. He's moving all these things. Moved by Councillor Bochek, second by Councillor Jarvis. He is. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2024-089 to confirm the proceedings of the October 7, 2024 Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Be it resolved that Council does now adjourn at 1:04 p.m. until November 4th, 2024 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. And of course, this does not take into account a special council meeting, which will be called October 18th. Plus, tomorrow morning, we're meeting at 9 a.m. for a planning council meeting. We are adjourned.